hour 1 of 5. It's kind of scary already. We're in the hospital. Part boat. Hi, Ro. Part boo. So the last thing I remember, we were fighting like a boss thing. We were trapped in this room from that little girl. We were fighting the boss that was coming from the ceiling. We beat it, but then it had a friend, and he pulled us. So they pulled us somewhere, and it looks like we're in the hospital still from the map, but we're not in the hospital. It's like the opposite of, it's like the upside down from Stranger Things, but much worse. Much worse. This is like inside hell. Okay. Okay. That wasn't a rhyme for 3? What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh. Another save point? What the fuck? There are 2 combinations and a key? 4 numbers. 4 numbers. Yeah, it's very fun. I'm glad I got it. And for the PS5, so we don't have really any issues with the chip. Oh my gosh. What's going on? I don't want to... I didn't save, huh? I guess it doesn't matter, but... What is this place? Now I have to get back in the world of Silent Hill and survive for everyone. We have to survive, chat. Is this all for you? Daddy's gonna take home the bacon, and we're gonna survive this game, so you know how to see the ending. Although it's kind of scary. Oh yeah, this is my first playthrough, so are you I hear something. It's so loud. Huh. I think it's right there. Anyways. Fuck that shit. Okay. Okay. Great. Awesome. So either option 1, which is fucked, or option 2, which is also fucked. Looks like we have option 2. Just don't die. Don't die, Gavin. Oh, there's already people down here. Fun. Okay. All right. Just gotta get my bearings and where in the hell we are. All right. Looking at options where I can dodge. Just still kind of looking around because I'm scared. There's some medicine over here. That's good. Stockpile them. Where is it? Okay. So we're like in the hospital, but it's like so much more deadlier. There's a clock or timer. Is it missing? It's missing a dial. Or a hand, I guess. Ooh! What's in here? Okay. Cool. You know, I guess. What's going on in here? Oh shit. It says 1 year they've been watching me. So many pills they fed me. When a loud hour comes, I tremble every night the light falls. So okay, so these are the numbers, but we need to know which times happened. So 1 is 1 year. That 1 is probably 1. So many pills is the number how many pills they fed them. When a loud hour comes, whatever hour that happens, when the bell rings, I tremble every night the light falls, like when lights are out. What time is lights out? Great. Okay, there's something here. There's pills. There's 3. There's 6 pills. So 6 is the number. 1 6. Light falls. How do we know that? What's that say? Watch it go dark. Watch it go dark. Oh, hold on. Wait. Shit! I didn't mean to do that. 1 2 2. So 6 1 6 2 something. What was the other one? When the loud bell rings. This place is fucked up, bro. 7? I don't know. I'm gonna say 7. It's on 7, but one 6 2 7. Oh my god. Whoa. What does that mean when I do that stuff? Hi, Neko. So scared right now. Welcome to Silent Hill Part 2. Wait, Silent Hill 2 Remake Part 3. There you go. Silent Hill 2 Remake Part 3. Okay. So I'm gonna try on which one was that? This one? I think it goes at this one. So what was it? 1 1. Oh, stop. The fuck? The fuck? It's not that. It's not that. Failed. We failed. Shit. Something over here. Scared. Wait. Shit. Uh-oh. Thank you. Where am I? Haven't been here before? Oh. This is creepy. Oh shit. This. Oh. Just a load of nothing. Where are we? Yeah, we don't know because we need to find the thing. I mean, they look cool as fuck, but I hate going against them. You know? And why aren't they in... I mean, are they in DVD? Or another one? This one, I don't know. It sounds like a nurse, but... He's in there. Hey, I'm Nate. Uh-oh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. 5. I mean, I fucking knew they were in there, but that nurse is always the one that hits heavy, man. Should've just this music in general. We just become
best friends. Yep.
Thank you for the follow, Nate. Welcome to the community. The sound just in general, just like. Okay, cool. More meds. I save my syringes for like the bad times when I'm about to die, but I can take these and get all normaled out. I don't. She might be. She has the hat. She has the hat. Never discourage the hat. Okay, I gotta move this out of the way. Rose seconds that. All right, now what? Now we're just a bunch in there. Does it have to sound like this? You know? In here. They want me to take it somewhere? What is that sound, dude? Like, what? Why is it, like, so cringe? So, like, death sick. It's like taking my soul is what it's doing. Get out of there. It's a bad place. There's more. Where is he? I'm the exterminator. I know. I'm the exterminator? Where are you? I'm going there. Fucking Christ. Well, she had a pipe. Oh my goodness. Okay, now what do I need to do? So I tried to do that and it didn't fit. They didn't make these things fit more. You have to be like perfect. Scary. Hi. Hi, Big Mike. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Here we go. How many? Yeah, I'm not gonna fuck with you either. Oh shit! Oh shit! I missed! Is there another? Oh, there's another. Uh-oh. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Oh god. Oh god. Come on. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Fuck you. Oh my god. Oh shit. Fuck. Fuck. Oh god. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me the fuck alone. Fuck. Woo! Now that's when you almost die. A lot of shotgun bullets I missed. Why? They just want to help me? She's trying to kill me. Literally trying to kill me. Her head's shaking. I don't think she's got her nurse's license anymore. I don't know. They might she might be the bad nurse. So what was in here? Just ammo? Gotta be kidding. Or maybe this is a opening for the new place? This says he's there again, looking, staring. He says he'll drag me there. I don't want to. Okay. 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 There's a key. No, bro. That didn't sound good, right? No one knows what's happening right now. Why? So disturbing. So disturbing. What? Wait, that's not the right key? Not the right key? opened that door, right? Bro. Bro. The only one, man. She is right there, bro. She is right there, bro. Ow, 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 you mother. Shit. Oh. Oh, you guys suck, man. Shit. Fuck me, man. Fuck me, man. Fuck. What are you? What are you people? The fuck? Jesus. Jesus Christ. You're kidding me, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm saying, right? Oh, cool. Thanks for the meds. Down a couple syringes. Oh. Some bullets. Maybe if I could aim, too. I know you were thinking it. I know you're all out there thinking it. Lock? What? No, you just got to focus up. You know what I mean? It's either life or death. You live or they live. And I want to live. So I'll do anything. Do anything it takes to keep our team alive. Ew. Except for that. That's disgusting. Everyone has been killed with. Oh, how we dance, arms flailing, our bodies in perfect synchrony, and the music played, but in any dance, there comes a time one must take the lead, and the music got louder and louder, pounding, piercing, and then silence. The whole time. Okay, that looks like they went inside their skull. No thank you. Instrument of force. This is where the other chain is connected to. What am I doing? What am I doing? Hi, Wolfie. Can we get a shout out for Wolfie Wolfing? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm scared shitless, but... Hi, Clumsy. I don't know what... I think I did the wrong thing. Gotta be kidding me. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Where's that place? I'll be back. Shit. Oh, that was so creepy and gross. I think it was in here, right? Maybe not. Maybe over this way. I think I'm lost. There were stairs. Wait, I can't go down there. Wait. Oh, yeah. Hello. Oh. Here we go. The Hills of Silence are scary, but cool. Yes, I got another syringe. Learn, if you play this game, learn how to dodge early. Dodge. You just keep tapping the dodge button. You can dodge forever, but it does get pretty crazy. And then save your ammo if you want, but definitely save your health. Me neither. This is my first Silent Hill game, and I love it. It's like Resident Evil, basically. It's just a different universe, you know? Like, it's like they seem like they're clickers in a way, but they're not. So it's like Last of Us and Resident Evil combined, and it's Silent Hill. It's kind of like trippy, like psychologically and shit like that. It's very RE. And I'm James, so now I'm gonna play James in Dead by Daylight. Who is Cheryl? Cheryl? Damn it, Cheryl! You know, Cheryl. With the blonde hair and the orange skirt. Okay, where am I going? What did I just do? I think I should gotta go... Where's my body? Okay. Okay, we did that. Cheryl? Yeah. Cheryl hole. Stop tricking me, game. Okay. Oh, okay. Great. Okay. Churro with ass? Churro with the... Ah! I can't say that. Moose. Moose. Okay. Understood, Captain. Aye, aye. I'll be back, dummy. Is that a door? I'll be back, dummy. I hear the bad guys, guys. Guys. I think I see one. Hey. Yeah. You. Fucker. Yeah. You're next. You're next. Get off me. Oh, shit. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, you fucking gross. Okay, get away. Gonna blow up. Yeah. Gonna blow up. Knew it was gonna blow up. Oh, you know, just trying to survive. Typical. Halloween's October season. Okay. Next, we're gonna go up here. Where are we gonna go? We're gonna go in here. Oh, God. There's one. Right there. You trying to hide? You're not hiding. Yeah, I'm gonna get you. I don't like you. These guys are strong, too. Think of a kick to the face, because their arms are legs, and their legs are legs, too. So, you never know which one you're gonna get. I am wasting a lot of my ammo, but I'm still surviving. Also, if you see these things in the wall, you can break them. You can make a hole. Often places in Silent Hill, if you can't get in because you don't have a key or the door is locked, try to use this method. Vandalism. Break the glass. Break the drywall. Get inside. Unlock. It's now unlocked for everybody. See? All in the day's work. What's up? Is this D2? Oh, goody. This is D2. Hey. The chain goes down here. I hope there's bad guys to kill. Sounds like there are. Oh. Okay. I'm here. Get me. Sounds like there's a lot. Doesn't sound good at all. Shit. Where the fuck am I? Why am I here? Walking. They're the bad guys too. Just tell me. Ah. Is he here? Oh, he's here. He's right there. He's like fucking right there. See him, right? You see him? Shut up. Shut up. Can't let me. Oh. All right. Hi, the Funko Beard. Can we get a shout out for the best theme? Oh god. Oh god, it was creepy. Oh. As soon as you hear it, you gotta just dodge. Come on out there. Yeah, and they jump on you too, so watch out. Running, dodging. Okay, hit him, hit him. Oh, he dodged. Fuck, he's good, he's good. Get up, get back there. Yeah, come on. Dodge. Hit him, hit him. Hit him, hit him again. You got him. Good job. It's all about dodging and hitting. When it's one-on-one, save your ammo. Those guys are pretty easy. Yep. This is the Tyler Games 101, How to Survive in Silent Hill. Day 3. These creatures are everywhere. I can't make heads or tails of anything. I believe one moment I was in the hospital. The next moment I'm in some sort of Twilight Zone hospital. Oh shit. Use bullets on these guys, for sure. Ah! Oh god. Dodge, dodge. They can hit twice. Watch, 2 swings, 2 swings. Now hit. 3. I forgot there was 3. Oh god. They're hard. Yeah, you say they want to help me? Who says they want to help me? They don't want to help me. They want to fucking kill me. They want to fucking see me dead on the floor and turn into one of them. With the big daddy coming their way. No, thank you. Put me together on 2 bodies. Ugh, could you imagine? You're conscious, but your legs are like attached to another set of human legs. You're combined forever. So someone like James comes and kills you. Yeah? Yeah, everyone loves Pyramid Daddy until he takes your body and soul and molds it together like the patchwork from Jujutsu Kaisen into another creation that's not you anymore because you're like 2 souls combined. Anyways, gotta go in there somehow. Hello? It's Tyler. Yeah? How's it going? How's it going with all this thing? Yeah, how's it going good? I'm so glad it's going good. Did I make you guys mad? I killed one of your friends. Oh god, Full Metal Alchemist this? Oh. Okay, you're so angry. I understand. Oh, you almost got me. Oh yeah, I forgot they could take your thing and do that. Shit! What the fuck are you doing? Oh, I'm not gonna die here. Come on. Huh? That hurt, guys. That hurt. Still alive, though. Still alive. I like how that went. If you're still alive in a video game and you're almost all your ammo is almost gone and you have some health left, it's a win because you're poggers, bro. Poggers. What's next? I don't get angry, Funko. You get angry.
Mm-hmm. I'm proud of you, you know that. I hope you do.
I hope you know it too. Where the fuck am I going? So gross in here, bruh. So totally gross in here, bruh. More ammo. Shotgun ammo? Thank you. Oh, and more medicine? Ah! Fucking kidding me? away from me! Dude. Why gotta be like that? Why do they have to be like that? All right. Look, I hear more. Oh, cool. Key of Bliss. Oh, wow. That's... Oh! You guys know what that is, right? Oh, my God. Those are used for lobotomies. Oh, my God. My stomach hurts now. The hell? Ah. Ah. A what? Did I keep him? Can I go in? Oh. Okay. Okay. We haven't saved in a while. Should probably save. Yes! Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I eat my peanut butter sandwich. Yeah, dude, there were... Okay, so... There's 6 pills, right? Oh. What if mine's broken? 1, 6. Now we have to get the other one. Oh, I gotta get the doorbell. Hi. Oh shit. Hi Hendrins, how are you? Um There's no spoilers. Good morning. It's 11:15. Where'd I go to those stairs? This place is all just one big confusing mess to me. You know? You're at the hospital? Nice. Thanks for the alert. Wait. Nice. Whoa. The hell? Fuck me, man. Jesus. Jesus. Ah. Shit, there's another one. Fuck me. Why? You have to be such a bitch. Shit, there's another one. Oh my gosh, damn it. Come on, man. Yeah? Holy hell. Holy hell. Looking for. The hell am I looking for? Oh no, not these rooms. I can't take these rooms. Get me out of here. Get me out of here. Fuck, man. Open the elevator, man. Oh. Get me out of here, man. Get me out of here, man. I'm too pretty. I'm too pretty for this place. Don't you know, man? I'm too pretty for this place, man. Ah! 3653. Or is that a 9? Is that a 9? 9? Okay, that looks like a 9. I thought it was 3. 9659. Yeah? Yeah! Time to go back. The fuck out of here. Creepy ass place. Okay. The letter. There'll be no pain anymore. Okay. Sure. Wait, was it again? Oh shit, I think I fucked up. Coffee time. Nothing? All that trouble for nothing? What? Ew, what? Another door? Where are we? Where are we and why are we? What is that? In her mouth. Elevator button. She is an angel no one knows only. I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins she devours them. Sin and sinner alike, she saves me. She is an angel. Oh, okay. Looks like there is a ring we need to be getting. Okay. Wait, let's save. Been doing really well. Woohoo! James Sunderland. I remember him now. James Sunderland. Okay.
Everyone, thanks for tuning in. Welcome to another exciting edition of Trick or Treat.
Yay,
Where
Halloween.
you answer our questions correctly and win a prize beyond your wildest
Yay,
dreams.
Halloween.
Or you fail to answer correctly and receive the punishment. It's all in the hands of our lucky contestant, James Sunderland. James,
They know who we
ready
are.
to play Trick or Treat?
I'm ready.
Excellent. Here's your first question. In the early 1800s, a terrible disease spread across Silent Hill, resulting in the
I need you
death
guys'
of
help.
many of its inhabitants. Their bodies thrown into the lake to sleep forever in their watery grave. How many souls were lost during the plague? 1, 42, 2, 67, 3, 85. Know the answer? Well, you better hold on to it. You never know when it might come in handy. Now, on to the second question. Follow Sanders Street heading east and further on to the outskirts of town. One and only one road will take you towards the lumberyard and the cemetery. What is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Munson Street. 3. Wiltsey Road. Did you get that? I sure as hell hope so. And for a third and final question, Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe.
Wow.
Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood. What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. One of the victims was a local boy named Billy Locay. But what was the name of the other victim? Billy's sister. 1. Miriam. 2. Heather. 3. Julia. Well, that's the last of
Julia.
our questions. Have you got it all figured out? If so, fantastic. The time will soon come to collect your prizes. But be careful. If you're wrong, well, looks like that's all the time we have for today, folks. Thanks for
I want to be
tuning
this
in.
guy. This is
See
a
you
nice
somewhere,
voice acting
sometime,
gig right here.
in sickness or in health. Bye-bye.
I'd be like, I was the devil on the elevator.
What the hell was that? we just become best friends?
And
Yep.
thank you for the follow. Welcome to the community. Where am I? Basement. Exactly where I want to be. In a scary game like this. Basement, please. Yeah. Let's remember that I don't have many bullets. There she is. Ooh-wee. You're here for the spoopy games? Yes, all month long, Pan. We had Alan Wake last week, which was really fun and scary. Giving me anxiety. And now we have Silent Hill 2 Remake. And next week we will be playing The Evil Within. Then we have like 3 collaboration streams. And I think Silent Hill might win as the scariest game out of the month we play. Really? Gosh darn it. I need to go there. It means it wants me to fight more, man. Come on, man. I see you already, bro. You're right there. You're not fooling anybody. Next time, hide better. LOL. Look at this, everyone. Haha. Oh no. Where could they be? Where could they be? Oh no. I'm scared. Just chilling. Bro, I see you. Ah! Ow, he still hit me. You motherfucker. Oh, yeah. She's got for real, for real. Don't worry, we got medicine for this. Got medicine for this. And also, I want to play The Last of Us Part 2, but oh. Ah! They blow up. They exude their guts and it's acidic, but it's not as bad as alien acidic because it goes away. I would imagine that if you played on the easy mode, there would be something in there for you. Maybe some ammo. Or med. Like that. This is normal, and it's still challenging. So, where am I? What? Show how. Okay, cool. We'll get out of here. Chump change. Okay, here we go. Shit's always gotta be scary. Shit's always gotta be scary. Can't just not be scary. There she is. All right. Oh God. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's fine. This should be so intensive. Like when they perfect virtual reality, and we're able to play virtual reality and this kind of shit, like, I don't want to go alone. Hi, Concho. Thank you for raiding us the other day. Can we get a shout out for Concho, please? Oh my god, it's been so crazy. We're almost halfway through the game, I think. But yes, no spoilers. Oh my god, it's been so crazy. And if we could do virtual reality in this, you guys, I wouldn't want you guys to come with me because I would be scared. At least 4 people. That way somebody could be the bait while we're running away from the monsters or something. Like, you know, Funko Beard could be the bait and we'd be killing the monsters. Or, you know, just running because, Jesus Christ, heaven forbid I die in this game. No. I'm going this way. Just go in a circle. Where could it be? Right here, yeah. Whenever they give you something to jump on top of. Alright, here we are. The other side of that hole. Here we go. Oh my gosh. It's already scary as fuck. What's this? A ring.
James.
Where the fuck you been?
Oh. Maria, I thought... Sorry.
It's Maria.
Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Backward.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? I was almost killed back there.
Hey,
I
who?
have never been so scared in my whole life.
Why are you here?
All you care about is that dead wife of yours. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
I just met you.
Then stay with me.
Girl, I just met you,
Don't
honey.
leave me alone again. You're supposed to
Remove
take
yourself
care
from
of
my shoulder, baby.
I
gotta go. I gotta go.
So what about Laura? You found her?
Yeah, but she ran away.
What?
Should we tell her about Daddy? Pyramid
We
Daddy?
have to find
Yeah.
her.
Yeah, you really seem to care about that girl.
Yeah.
Do you know her?
I'd never met her before.
So you're a liar.
I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone.
Oh,
and
yeah?
I don't know, for some reason I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
It's not, though, babe.
Let's go look for her.
Is she your problem? No. Then don't worry about it, babe. Don't worry about it, babe. Enough is enough. Okay? I know. Where the fuck am I? Alright, I got to the pump room. So now we're going upstairs. Okay. Come on, Maria. So glad to have you back on the team. You give me my human meat shield. Of course it's locked. Wait. Medicine? Oh yeah, yeah, syringe. Happening.
What the hell is that?
Raining.
What do you know? The stroll in the rain. Oh, man.
Maria, what are you talking about?
I'm trying to keep things light, James. Just you.
Yeah. Sorry.
Great. I'm not supposed to be here. Oh, great. Kidding me? Where is Funko? Where is that Funko beard? This is creepy, everybody. I don't like it. Are you dead, Maria? Are you a ghost? Are you a giggity ghost?
Is that what I think it is?
I don't know. What is it? A fridge? Really putting on the dramatics there.
Having trouble there?
Yeah. You think you could give me a hand?
Me? You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? Fine.
Ew. You're gonna break a nail, girl.
Oh, God.
What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, why don't you take it?
Thanks.
Thanks. So melatonin. Melatonin. Not melatonin.
Come on. I
Monotone.
know where those rings belong.
Yeah, we gotta go back to the second floor. We're in the locker room. The patients will become the diagnosis scheduled for them when they'll make recovery, as my aim is always for the entire personnel, especially when their symptoms will become receding with effective treatment. Okay, Pan? Interesting. Very interesting. Captain Kosochijizu. I don't remember his name, but he's awesome. The scientist from Bleach. I need to memorize his name. And his Bankai. Bankai. Hihiru Zabimaru. Ooh, the day room. Hello, we're here. We're about to fight you. Come fight us. I'm not scared. Ooh, outside. No, this isn't outside. This isn't outside. They tricked me. This is not outside. This is like a room. They trap people. They trap people in that room. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I've been here. Okay. In here. I need to get to the elevator. That's right. Wait, and there's... Excuse me, everybody. Excuse me. Ah. There you are. Was it on the first floor, I think? Or the second? I think it was the second floor. Oh, we're on the second floor. Let's go.
Trying to blind me, James?
Wait, what? Where is that? Fucking Christ. Jesus Christ.
What is that? James?
What's
I don't
wrong?
know.
Let's just get out of here.
Relax, okay?
What's wrong? I thought you wanted to get out of here.
I know. It's just... something doesn't feel right.
You think she's gonna try to eat me?
Come on. It's gonna be fine.
Is she married? Or is that on her middle finger? Wait, was I supposed to save? Gotta be kidding me. I'm scared. It is done. Maria. Be my human. Okay, I could save here. Cool. Maria, be my human meat shield, please. Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Maria. Whoa, everybody, what's going on here? We're going down to hell? Are we going down to hell? Is this hell? Are you scared? You should be. What's that? What's happening? What's happening?
Run!
What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hurry. Oh my god. I feel I could run faster.
There! An elevator!
Oh, you should have kept running.
Come on, hurry!
Why did she fall? Just get in. Oh. Oh. I mean, you gotta give him crops. You gotta go get Maria now from Dead by Daylight. You gotta play her. I'm sure she'll be fine. You gotta play her. She'll be fine, right? Not the lurk bait at the end. Right? Where's the blood that got all over his face? We want to keep it. Wow. Well, I mean, kind of spooky. So this is about halfway through the game. And we still have like 3 hours left, which is good. So we get a good chunk done today. And then tomorrow and Friday. We should finish the game by Friday. It's a long game and I anticipate it is. I'm excited. Our friend Maria, she's no more. She died. Which was fine because she was kind of getting all up in my business. And this isn't about her. This isn't about her. I'm trying to find my wife. And she was being seductive and I didn't like it anyway, so. Said you wanted to get out of here. Well, this was how to get out of here, honestly. Unfortunately for you, babe. Your soul is staying. No, you didn't. Wait, excuse you? Excuse everybody. What, why can't I open the door? Excuse me, Pyramid Head. You might be mistaken. I'm supposed to get out, and my sacrifice to the entity was Maria. So, not Blood Warden. No. Oh, can I just get a key, please? I hate this place. Not the Maria cootie. Maria's be dead. She's dead. Did you just see her die? Did you just see her die? I saw her die. She did. Oh, another save point. We can watch it again if you want. Oh, I shouldn't have saved over it. I should have watched it again, then we could have watched it again. You do. You really do. You being all sus about her? The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven like him to the other side. The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher, or even a psychiatrist, unlike the director. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us, his imaginings are nothing but the invitations of a busy mind, but to him, there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Hospital entrance key. Not that fucking girl. Do we really care? She trapped us, remember? I don't like her. This doesn't seem normal. This doesn't seem normal. It's dark. Like, the outside was usually foggy and creepy. Okay, hi, Double. Scary. It's the soundtrack. The soundtrack. She saw me. Hi, Double. Fuck you. More. Come here, you. I see you. I see you. I see you. Get back here. Get back here. No, you ain't hiding from me. I see multiple targets. There's a freaking beetle right there. There's you. Yeah. Come on. Bring it on. I see you. Yeah, I saw you. I saw it last second. Creepy. So creepy. Oh God. Fuck me. Where'd you go, you little piece of shit? Where'd you go? Where is it, man? Where is it, man? There it is. Yuck. Ooh-wee. Ooh, baby. More bullets. Hey, wait a minute. Save point. Save point. Okay. What's this? Got a lot more to do.
Laura, stop! It's dangerous!
Okay. Me and you, babe. Me and you. Come on. Fuck, there's one behind me. Ah, fuck you. Get me. Ah, get you. Fuck you, got it. Okay. Get your ass down here, Beetle. I know. And they bend down so it, like they hide because they get real low. But the other guys can crawl on the wall, on the floor. It's so scary. I might play this later tonight too after acting 5. Okay, here we go. Plus these fucking guys. The fuck off me. The fuck off of me! Fuck. Not anymore. Fuck. Fuck, you can't. Fuck. Shit! I hate these things, man. I hate them so much. There's more? Yeah, it's these fucking bugs. Come on! I know there's more than one of you. Hi, Draco. Someone's still alive over here. It's you! You! Thought you could hide from me. Well, show yourself. Show yourself! God damn it. Time to hit you. Woo! You guys. You're shitless. They would reduce my meds, man. They're reducing my meds, man. Why? Here, another one. Ah, fuck me! Fuck you guys. Cheers. Did you open the door or something? Where'd you come from? Jesus Christ. Oof. They're everywhere. The fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Move, move, move. Another one. I hope I got your attention. Oh, come on. Now. Fucking Christ, kidding me. Fucking kidding me. Fucking kidding me. Oh, I hate those things, man. I hate those fucking things, man. Urgh. Urgh. Fuck am I now? Jeez, so creepy. So dark. So creepy. Ooh, medicine, yes. Oh my god. All for this little girl? This little girl. Fuck this music, man. It's so scary. More meds, please. Yes.
Laura, please, wait!
Fucking kid, dude. I should let her just die. I mean, let Eddie just die. What's happening? Oh, okay. I'm scared, bro. I'm getting so scared, bro. It's so dark. This is so scary. Look, now we're really scared. Hi, Pelly. I'll hold you, Pellylicious. Can we get a shout out for Pelly? I'll hold you tight. We're gonna try to survive together. Survive!
Laura?
Oh, it's a safe spot.
Where did she go?
Thank you, Draco. Thank you, Draco. See. Ooh. Oh. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across. The abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. Okay. The map suggests that we go to American Cafe. Another... This is the upside down cafe, though. Where are we now? Okay. It's very scary, chat. I don't really want to fight anybody. Oh, God. I have to. Just run away. Just run away. Fuck that guy. I mean, a lot of bad guys. Ooh. Calm down, would you? Oh, fun. Fuck me, man. Ah, get your mama. It's just like, why? You know? God damn it. This is so annoying. You guys are so frustrating. Oh my God. Oh, I can't believe I let that kill me. I cannot believe I let that kill me. What had happened was I got distracted. I looked in a mirror. I got distracted. No, I looked in the mirror and I saw how beautiful I was. Oh, damn, baby. God, I'm pretty. Who used to sing that in the old Cartoon Network show? Or say that? Man, I'm pretty. Now here you go. Man, I'm pretty. Johnny Bravo. Brocco. Yes, you are, dear. This game, man. Correct, the Funko Beard. Correct, Pelly. I don't really want to kill everybody one by one, so I'm just gonna keep running like I did. Watch out for the guy on the floor. Fuck that guy. There's somebody coming out there too. It's
Are
like,
you sure
hi.
about that?
Yeah, I'm sure. There's somebody there. We're gonna go into here, and then we're gonna fight these guys. There's a lot in here. I might use my weapon now. You know? Okay, so we got this guy. Oh, you gotta be shitting me! That hit me? Okay. Then we got the other guy right here. Hi! Oh, you are fucking kidding me? Ow! Fuck, guys. They're so annoying, those guys, you know? I'm running out of my health pots. But I missed. I missed a couple times. I already hear another one. Or something. I gotta use my ammo. That's why. Shit. Fuck. Oh my god. They got everything going on up here. Nurses. They got everything.
Water. Water. Water.
Thank you for the hydrate. Oh my god. Every time you turn, you're dying. Where am I now? I'm dying, bro. The fuck is out there, man? You know? Ready? Hate those little things, man. Oh, come on, it hit B. All right, hit circle. I was in the animation of grabbing something. But we actually got a hit off. Yeah, go for it. Little rodent. Little cockroach. Cockroaches are disgusting. Disgusting. I see you. You ain't getting away from us. Turn back around. Yeah! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's like when you try to swat at the spider and, Come here, fucker! Fine, you know what? Turning me all around. Oh! She comes in. What's going on? Are you scared? Oh, you're going to reset? Yeah. Looks like I need to come this way anyways. Alright. Hi. Hi. Oh no, please not. Yeah, no. Hi. Over here. Come and get me. How are you still alive? Honestly, like 5 shots. Hi, Monster Cat. How are you doing? Any more in there? Hi. Hi. This is normal. So if this is a little, if it seems a little bit more difficult than what you bargained for, just go to easy. But it's gonna be hard either way. There they are. Motherfucker. Dude, these things are so annoying. Okay.
Hello? Anyone there?
Or perhaps you are a foul. The truth usually betrays people. You should know. The key is in the park. At the feet of the praying woman. The wrench will open the gate. The key will loose the abyss. So I gotta go all the way to the park. I'm alone, aren't I? Yeah, Miranda's dead. Or Maria. But you're here, right? Oh, I guess it's just health. It's I have 2 healths. I have one that's like, it gets your health up by like 25% or 50. The other one gets your health up 100%. The syringe is 100. The pills are, you know, not as strong. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmare. Right. We love that, don't we, chat? Yeah. More safe spots. Here we go. Just another day in paradise. Of us, you know. This month of October is giving me a lot of anxiety. I can imagine that the other scary games are going to be just as freaking scary. Oh my god, I don't know what's going on right there. What is that? Time to run. Jesus Christ, time to run. There's another one. Get the fuck out of here. Gotta get the fuck out of here. Oh, thank you. Oh, I'm not fighting those guys. Oh, God, please. Oh, thank God. Those guys can stay there. Alright, we're at the park. You know? Like, those guys can just stay there. Park's nice and creepy, too, at night. We are not even going in the right direction. Oh my god, it's so creepy. Oh, she is. Found her.
Hey. Are you feeling better?
This place is different from what I remember. I guess things never really stay the same, do they?
No. Get over it.
Yeah, I guess not.
Honestly, they need to get over it.
I don't think she's here anymore, James.
Probably not, babe.
Who?
My mama? She doesn't want to see me anymore.
Why would you think that? Anyway, I'm happy to see you.
Happy to see me?
Uh-oh.
Alive, I mean.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, we're not going to tell you about the other person who was in our
I better
company
get
who got
going.
destroyed.
You
Killed.
still don't want me to go with you? If we stick together, we might just make it out of here.
Yeah, y'all should have stuck together.
Out of where?
Out of where?
This town.
Out of where?
Silent Hill.
I like Silent Hill.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, you didn't happen to see a little girl around here, did you?
A little girl?
Yeah, Angela? Are you all right? Angela?
No. Please. You shouldn't be here.
Angela, it's okay.
No, don't touch me!
This one is crazy. My patient buried it here. I knew it, but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for the tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the old society was sealed. No one dares to approach that place. Now I offer you the key. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. Historical Society key. That's wonderful. The Historical Society is pretty much all the way down west of the edge of town. Okay. Damn, this is a far run. Almost there. I see it. Historical Society, here we go.
It's him.
Misty Day remains of the judgment. Great. Wills Coal Mine. Established around 1850, it remains operational until the early 1900s. The mine played a key role in the revitalization of Silent Hill. They also had coal mine in Alan Wake. The coal mines are what made people go crazy. Brookhaven Hospital in 1880. The hospital was built in response to a Great Plague that followed a wave of immigration to the area. Originally, it was little more than a shock check, but has since expanded into a fully fledged medical establishment. Bro. Name scratched over illegible. Former director of Brookhaven Hospital. That looks menacing. Silent Hill Historical Society founders. Waterfront landscape. Alan Smith. Date of birth and death unknown. A depiction of the local area. The style indicates it was done sometime around the 1820s, when the region was far less populated with sparse infrastructure. Title unknown. Author unknown. The Lady of the Light, the unveiling of one of the two statues commemorating the local folktale. The new clock. Little Baroness, the maiden voyage of 1916. That's awesome. How far down does this go? This is creepy as fuck. You know? I would not want to come down here. I wouldn't want to come down here. Wow. Wow. Jesus, we're so far downstairs. I am so scared right now. September 11th, 1820. Ooh, wow. On prisoner number C221. This is some bullshit, man. Death by skewering. An execution at the prison. Death by skewering or strangling. To choose his death as the prisoner's last taste of freedom. Jesus Christ. Toluca prison camp. Built in 1862, the camp was used to house prisoners during the American Civil War. Converted into the Toluca prison in 1866, 4 years later. Crimson and white banquet for the gods. That looks terrible. Jesus. Alright, this is a giant fucking hole. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Chat, are they kidding us? It wants me to jump? It wants me to jump? Oh my god. Where the fuck am I? Hi, Acid. The fuck? It's not very silent. I'd be screaming a lot. Oh shit. Is that my exit? Really? No worries, Sarah. Oh my god. Fuck. It's so dark. I got something. I got spiral writing key. Oh fuck! Fuck! They're huge, bro. Fuck this. What? Shit. Yeah. Fuck you, piece of shit. Fucking thing, man. That's Uzi? Office, little girl. I don't like it. There's a lot of jumping going on.
Ain't no big deal.
Look at Eddie's here, bro.
Just put the gun to their head and pow.
Eddie?
Oh, hi, James.
What happened here? Who was that?
I don't know. It just came at me.
Okay. So he attacked you, and you shot him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. He made me do it.
Okay, calm down, Eddie. Any idea why
Nice jacket.
he would do that?
I don't know. He came out of nowhere. Tried sneaking up on me in the dark.
Is Eddie the bad
I
guy?
heard footsteps, so I turned back and he was right there.
And you could tell that he wanted to hurt you.
Well, yeah, I mean, the way he looked at me, I just had to do it.
He looked at you? I thought you said he came at you.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I could see it in his eyes.
His eyes.
He kept looking at me, making fun of me. I told him not to, but he didn't listen.
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
You should see your face, James. I was just joking. The guy was dead when I got here. I got you, didn't I?
They're all crazy.
Well, anyway, I better get going.
Wait. You're gonna go out there alone?
Yeah.
Damn it, he was sitting down. We're in the prison? Oh my god. It's another creepy place you don't want to be when there's ghosts and stuff. Prison. Okay, well, don't go in that area. Ooh, rifle rounds. Nice. They still haven't found him. Since he had the cabinet key, we should assume one of the prisoners got his hands on it. Get the spare from the witness checkpoint and secure the rifle before it falls into the wrong hands. Okay. Here's a map of the Toluca prison, first floor. Death row map. Holy crap. Second floor. Administrative section map. Okay. Third floor. Wow. This is a big area. This is a big area. That's fine because we still have 2 hours. Beat it all. Dang. Dang. Okay, saved. We're good. A shotgun bullets. There's a lot of bullets in there, so. That was the armory. I know. Here, you can scare me. Hey, went in here to get this medicine, and now I have to use it already. Like, fuck. Whoa, whoa. Damn it, man. What? What do I say? I'm in a prison. This cell is to be cleaned up by Tuesday. Make sure you get the cons to do it by then. The previous tenant has been moved to death row as per the warden's order.
Water.
Bags, thanks for the hydrant.
Water. Water. Water.
Ugh. Fuck am I, man? I can't see a damn thing. I'm in the yard? I hear shit, man. So dark, can't see a damn thing. Did you hear that? I didn't even do that. I have so many safe spots. No, I just like to save. I like to save my progress. Yikes. This is the chapel? The heaviest weight. Oh, you gotta be fucking... So over those guys. Syringes are good. The prisoners do not feel remorse. In fact, they do not feel themselves to be sinful at all. Even the simplest of them will try to shield themselves from the Lord's gaze with what little words they know. And so they dream blissfully, the sinners that they are, for no matter how foul and loathsome one's existence may be, human nature abides. Already see bad guys. A reminder to all our guards. Effective immediately, it is absolutely mandatory for everyone to familiarize themselves with the revised generator maintenance manual. We all remember what happened last time there was a spike, though I'm certain most of us would very much want to forget. We will not have another incident. You guys kidding me, man? All right, let's do this. Fuck is it? Shh.
Not the boar worms. Not the boar worms.
You go. You fucking go. Come here. Come here. I know there's more of you. I saw you. There you are, huh? Come here. Yeah? Come here. Come here. I know there's more. There's more. Come on, come on. Come on. Come on. Huh? Come on. Come on. Come on. How many of them are there? Why is this place just crawling with these things, man? I gotta get to that room. Yeah, come on. There you are. Come on. Yeah. Where'd you go? Another one. I know there is. Yeah? Come here. Jump on me. Yeah. Ah, you stupid little. Where'd you go? Come on. Where the fuck you are? There you are. There's more. Come on. There you are. Come on, jump on me. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm not afraid of you. Come on. Come on. There you are. Come on. Stupid fucking spider guy. Comes. Shit. There you are. Come on, you little fucker. Why are you so fast? It's annoying. I knew it was fucking fucker. Get down here, you little shit. You're next. You're next. Trust me. There's somebody here. I don't know where the fuck they went. There they are. Yep. Come on. Come and jump on me. There's more than one. There's a lot. Shit. There's like a lot. There's like 3. I can hardly see them. There's one. I got you. Yeah, come here. Yeah. Wrong move. Wrong fucking move. No, there's more.
He's the killer! Yeah! He's the killer! He's a miss.
Come here, you little shit. Come on, come jump at me. Hi, Uncle Brownie. I'm loving it. It's scary as fuck, but there's one more I want to kill. It's a little spider guy. Attack me. Come here, you little shit. Come here, you little shit. Stop running from me. Yeah. Finally. There's more? Safety instructions. Power transfer levels. Green maintenance level is used to test before each yellow. Yellow if some red danger. Do not operate. Come on. Fantastic, thank you. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Time to fight some things, man. Good thing I took care of them, I hope. Like, when I was, like, you know. Why is the nurse here? The spider's still here. There's still a fucking spider here. I do to get a key and ammo. Where are you? There they are. Hate those guys. Execution DR88 report. Prisoner E662, age 23, male, electrocution. Wow. Electrocution. Note to medical staff. During last night's execution, the prisoner assumed to have been disabled. Simply stood up and approached the chair without any assistant. From now on, take utmost care when reviewing the prisoner's medical history. Guards need to be made aware how capable prisoners are in order to avoid any incidents. Armory. In the center of Silent Hill lies the town's major tourist attraction, Toluca Lake. But there's a darker side to this scenic, beautiful reservoir. What may seem a bread and butter local ghost story you've heard time and time again, in this case, rings surprisingly true. One fateful fog-bound November day in 1918, a tourist cruiser called the Little Baroness has set sail, never to dock again. Newspaper articles reporting the event contains no detail of the ship's disappearance. Despite an extensive police search, neither a single fragment of the ship nor the remains of the passengers or the crew have been recovered. In 1939, an even more bizarre incident has taken place. Many pages are missing, torn out. Who knows how many souls were taken by the waters of Toluca Lake? Do the eyeless skulls of the damned stare hopelessly at the surface from below, yearning for a breath, or was their mysterious fate different altogether? Remember, we're very far down below. This fucking prison. That's like... very scary. Wait, what? Back alive? Not fun. I'm gonna waste my ammo on you guys. I'm gonna run past you. Headless serpent? We need to go to the ox. Just by the door. You gotta be kidding me. Jesus. It's scary as fuck. I'm enjoying it, but scared. They're like spiders. In the dark, it's dark. Like, look, they're like spiders. See? And the light, it doesn't always stay. There's a timer. Saw someone walking around past lights out again. Whichever one of you that was, I need to remind you that you must never leave your post without prior clearance. Next time I catch you, I'm reporting you to Warden. I know, right? It's super creepy. Is it bad to take when they said they own? When one does own, the other can't take, but I cannot own. Should the warden take? No, he shouldn't own again. I will take, I will own. Sunday morning route. Disruption reported. C-140 yelling about C-77 haunting him. Claims bars can't hold him. Administration sedative to C-140. Noon lockup. Performed precautionary search of C-777 cell D5. No traces found of the prisoner, leaving his cell unsupervised. Recommend further psychiatric evaluation of C-140. Afternoon route. C-140 and C-777 missing from their cells. Alarm raised. Search in effect. Update. Bathroom door barrel from the inside. Efforts made to get them open. We don't hear anything from the other side. Evening lockup. Got a save point. Key, cell block D. It's really well done. Ow, you gotta be kidding me! Oh yeah, that happens early on. Those ones happen early on. You just gotta get used to them. Perfect time for pancakes. And the spider ones keep walking around. A shiv key. Shame you didn't find it. Shouldn't you know this place better than I do? Now it's too late. I'm going for a walk. Here you are. I don't know. I don't know. There's just so many of them. He's coming. I know he is. The bars, the walls, they can't hold him. He'll get in. He'll get in. I still have time. I can't make it almost through, but he's close. I can feel it. He's coming to finish it. He's coming to finish. Yes. Creepy. They won't save you. I've been here? I don't think I've been here. Collected what? What's this? Ah, the fucking hole. The heavyweight? Yep. And we're getting out of here. I can remember how to get out of here. Shit. Yeah, especially if you play it at night by yourself. Oh, I hate those things, man. I'm in the showers. That's where I am. Shit, this is so gross. Okay. I told you, you didn't listen. I know. God. Okay, he's got a medicine. Oh, Draco, you missed it. We were running. We were in the hospital. They didn't make the elevator. Let's just say they didn't make the elevator. You never listen. Okay, so I made it here. Okay, now they're opened. They were not open before.
Attention alien army, we do have a
Stoner Cat
raid
ahead.
incoming.
Hey.
I repeat, a raid incoming.
What's up? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Stoner Cat Dad's community. Oh. My name is Tyler Games. We're playing a very scary game right now. By the way, all that honey you had given me was very delicious, and I did eat it all. Oh, thank you so much for that. How can I go this way? Welcome in, Raiders. Yeah, right now we're playing Silent Hill 2. Oh, it's because I gotta go downstairs. Silent Hill 2 the remake on my PlayStation 5. It's very scary. This whole month of October, I'll be playing scary games every week.
Did we just become best friends?
Yep. Follow. How are you? How have you been? What were you playing? Did we get a shout out? Come through, Remake. Chained Together. Oh, how's that game? I heard that causes a lot of issues because you're playing with friends and you have to get out together. Yeah, so to tell your community about us, we stream 5 days a week during the weekday. I play a variety of games. I play Dead by Daylight and Fortnite in between storyline games. Currently, we have on hold Horizon Zero Dawn and The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time because I'm playing all scary games this month. Their schedule's out on the social media if you want to follow us on social media. We've got Evil Within, we've got Resident Evil Redemption, our Revelations, and then we have Resident Evil 5 that we're going to be doing with our best friend, the Funko Beard. And we will be doing a charity stream on October 27th. That's when we'll be playing Resident Evil 5 all day. Trying to raise money for Stream for a Cause, one of my stream teams that I'm on, my Twitch teams. And then also we do a lot of collaborations with our other Twitch team, Team Journey. And we're doing a collaboration on... I'm going the right way. On this Saturday at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We'll be playing a Lockdown Protocol. But also other stuff like D&D and Mario Kart are all planned in the works. But if you like scary games, you like chilling, you like the vibe, go ahead and hit that follow button. And thank you for the raid. Shit. Okay, so... Oops. I put the... No, I don't like to say that, Funko. I'm not going to say that. Which one was this? Processor, welcome in from the raid. Nope. This is like the smallest one. I'm missing 2 more. Ugh. I guess that makes sense because we have the boar and like an eagle left. So the heaviest and the medium. And this is what, the neutral? No. Is this is neutral, huh? Wait, what? Time to go get the boar. This is a long one, but this is I bet you like it's not much further. We have 2 more weights to get. And then I think we're done with the prison, pretty much. Unless we're almost done with the prison. Which is good, because we just have 2 more days left. Okay, eyeless boar. There we go. What? Follow me in here, guys. What face? I totally hate those things. How was your day, Cat? Huh? Alright, there you go. This game is scary and not for the weak of heart.
It's
Okay.
Brittany, bitch.
Sunday.
And I am back.
Morning route. Incident at the infirmary. D183 assaulted medical staff, attempted to steal medicine. Situation under control. Noon lockup. Rumors of disease spreading among the prisoners. Reported to administration. Afternoon route. E130 had a coughing fit. Reported to medical staff. Evening lockup. Okay. Oh, man. You guys be kidding me, man. These things are so frustrating, man. Okay. Old man's always prepared. Already? There's somebody out there? Doesn't sound good or look good. God, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Guards think we're leapers now. Don't know why, but they stay away. I don't complain. Jesus. Sound, dude. save point? Thanks for the alert.
Did we just become best friends?
Peter, Peter Bird, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the community. Reap what you sow. He logged himself in, took the key. None of the COs got a spare, but I know there is one. He was going nuts over the disease. See if the head nurse doesn't have it. Thinks he's safe up there. He'll get what's coming. Dude, I didn't mean to do that. Regarding the emergency medical examination report, the report's conclusions are incorrect. The prisoners are sick. Examinations are to be reported until their condition is properly diagnosed. Use more invasive methods if necessary. You must know the true nature of this affliction. All else is secondary. Oh, I just wasted my health pot, but that's okay. True. Are these like Easter eggs to the older Silent Hill game? Thanks for the look, Sarah. Where am I now? It was triple team action for sure. Yes, I sucked too. I got my ass beat. I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna kick their ass. Didn't mean to do that, but that's whatever. Repeat examination report conclusions. None of the examined showed any clinical sign of symptoms of life-threatening illnesses, contagiousness, or otherwise. The recommended endurance tests were also performed. The result have been submitted directly to the warden as per his special request. Ow. You gotta be kidding me. Here we go, guys. Almost out of the prison. Maybe one more wait.
Molly,
Oh,
you in danger, girl.
I know. Like so many of them. Welcome back. All right, last one. I know, right? Gosh darn it. Didn't mean to do that. Come on. I think I finally got all of them. Oh, went the wrong way. Nope. Did not get them all. Okay, where are you, you little shit? There's so many of them, chat. It's like for real. Like they won't. That was like 3 right there. Okay, so now we're in the basement. Jeez Louise. No turning back. Is there something else down here? It would be creepy if someone just jumped out like that. That's the weight right there. I need it. What is that? That's F16. Good morning, malicious. Are you ready to be scared? Hello.
Not the boar worms. Not the boar worms.
Okay, so this isn't where I need to go, but it's a quick exit. The way how to get out. I need to get into that. I need to get into that room that has the weight. That's gonna let us get out of the frickin' prison. I heard you. I'm not sure, but it feels like we are in purgatory. You know? Just weirdly feels that way. Dodge. Ooh, I didn't dodge that. What in the heck? Woman in flight. 436 people at a recitile? Burning Man. Bristol? Rickertal? Wait. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I couldn't let you take you, and now you're here. No. I think we should get out of here. You know, because I don't want to die. I have like 20 minutes to get out, finish this level, which I think we can do. finally got them all. Bro. Execution lever. I departed with great haste, leaving not a single trace.
You got a uniboob, your posture sucks, and your clothes fit
I gotta go
weird
to the
'cause you wear the wrong
bathroom.
size bra.
Chill. I'm holding it. We have 20 minutes left. Ever faithful to my creed, all is right which feeds my greed.
Man, bathroom.
Don't even. I wish. I can't.
Bathroom.
Okay, so we have to do this puzzle real quick before I finish this freaking... Oh my god, there's so many. Okay, so the first one. For your grace I do not plead, for the flames I did set free. Sisters shriek and children cried. No one made it out alive. Yeah, you're such a smart ass. It's hilarious, tech guy. It's hilarious. You're being hilarious.
Water.
Oh my god.
Water.
You guys are
Water.
fucking bullies.
Water.
I have 20 minutes to finish this. Bullies. I'm gonna piss on you, see how you like it. The correct noose to pull. The weather, if you guys aren't gonna, you guys need help. Or I'll just fucking do it, never mind. It's a long fucking puzzle, bro. For your grace, I do not... Okay, guilty. For your grace, I do not plead. For the flames, I did not set free. Sister shrieks and children cried. No one made it out alive. Guilty. Watch them burn. Wait, what? Wait a minute. Was I supposed to go there? Hi, Lee. I have no idea what I'm doing right now. I don't know. I thought I did. Are we... Where are we? Did we just... I can't access a map, but I can save. We're in the labyrinth. So that's the next story. Sav, hello, welcome in. We're in the labyrinth. That's good. How did I even fucking figure that out? I didn't even do anything. I just kind of just pressed a button. I just did it. I guess. Guess correctly. So yeah, we're definitely into the next we're in the next area of the game, which by the way we're close to being done, I believe. So tomorrow we might finish. Definitely we're gonna finish on Friday.
Did we just become best friends? Yup!
Ross taken, thank you so much. R was taken. Welcome to the community. That was a weird puzzle. I just kind of hit button. I think we're done here.